And I've got the microphone on. It is time. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all here today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. It is December the 1st, about 23 or 24 days away from Christmas, depending on where you are, I guess. And pretty awesome. Let's see, lots of people in the chat already. That is awesome to see. So let's get on with things here. First person in today. Well, hang on. Let's say hi to the moderators, and then we'll go through some other stuff, kind of highlights. You want to see something scary, weird? Here, let me show you something weird. It's kind of scary in a way. Here, let's go over and give you an idea of what's going on. Not sure what you want from Santa Claus. Okay. You see that on the screen? That is the SO2 emitted by Mauna Loa. That has gone all the way across the United States and out into the Atlantic Ocean. That is a little on the scary side. That's a lot of SO2 gas. I hope it doesn't continue to do that, because that would really mess us up. That's, you know, if you had a volcanic winter, this would be what the sky would turn into for a while. So let's not do any fear mongering. Let's put this back on some lively scene from, of course, Shane's Getting Handy channel. This was from this morning, of course, and that is what we've got. It's not bad view. They had some clouds and stuff in there, so made things not as brilliant as it could have been, but it is what it is. Anyway, welcome to our moderators. Glad to have you guys on board. And hiding in the background, we should have Arizona Snowman. And I don't know about Piggy right now. She may be having a nap or something like that. But that is all good. We don't mind Piggy having a little snooze now and again. She does need that. And she will be going for some I guess scheduled maintenance for her body tomorrow. So she is probably resting, and that would be good of her. So anyway, we'll carry on. We should also have C&D Boy in the channel, as well as possibly Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies hiding in the background, and possibly Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow. So that's all cool. Anyway, let's get on with things here. First person in today was Sasha. And Sasha, happy birthday. Don't know how old you are, but happy birthday to you, Sasha. And we'll take care of that in short order. So all cool. And glad that you got the cookies today. You deserve them. You might even get a cake. We'll see what we can do. Anyway, let us carry on with what we've got going on by saying hi to everyone. We'll start out with Bloxyman22 and Linda Schoof, Nancy Buchanan, Kate, Amelia, and I hope Amelia is getting us some sleep as well once in a while. And now that things are a little calmer today from what I hear there in New Zealand, so all good. And welcome Hermione and Vera Lucia Campos, if I said it right. I'm not sure if I butchered that last name, but welcome Vera. And let's see, and we got Bloxyman, King Colin Deadman also in the channel. Welcome. We got Kate is here, and we got, let's see, who else? Killen, is it Killen or Quillen? Looks like a Killen. I'm ready for a lesson today. Listening mode. Cool. You are more than welcome to come and listen. I got Nancy already. Colin is here as well. Welcome, Colin. Jarvis, nice to see you. And welcome back. Scrolling up some more, looking for others. See, Thor is in. Welcome, Thor. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, but Raven, if that is right, welcome. And all cool. And let's see if we go up here a little bit more. There should be some others. Let's see, Tom Dice in the channel. And let's see, still scrolling up here, looking for more names. Billy Bob Joe, welcome back. And Judy McClellan also here. Arena, welcome. And let's see, who else we got hiding in here? We got Kate, we got Colin, we got Nancy, and let's see. Still scrolling, you guys. Lots of people chatting here today, so a long way to go to get up there. And still don't see other names, but I'm working on it. Linda Schoof, welcome. Glad to have you here. And Kevin Williams also in the house. Good to have you on board. Storm Chaser 1211, good to see you. Joseph Puderer, welcome back. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, there should be a few others in here yet, since there's so many of you. And I see there is actually 77 in the chat right now, so that is absolutely awesome. Michael Olson, welcome back. And let's see, Sandra Rockland is here. Sue Hayes we got. And Henry, I think we got you already. Frank McLeod is early for a change. That's awesome, Frank. And did I get Billy Bob Joe? I think so. Don Arnold also in the house. And still scrolling up, looking for a couple more. Kevin Williams we got, and I'm all the way to the top. I'm sure I've missed a few, like Leo Carlson and Michael Sagemaster. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but welcome. And everybody is good, so hopefully everything is good. Let's see, did I miss anyone on the bottom here? Just checking. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Vera. Got that right, hopefully. And let's see. We got everybody else. Mars 2028. That's one I missed. Welcome. And I think we're good now. Judy L. That was another one I missed. Good to have you on board. Anyway, if I didn't say your name, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything. I try to say hi to everyone in here, and I know when we have a lot more people, it's a little more difficult. But hey, it is what it is. So we'll work with it. Anyway, what we're going to do today with our break times, we will run Shane's channel here in between some of the breaks, and we will run 2 pineapples in between on some of the other breaks. So for those who have not gone over to Shane's and subscribed, please do consider. And this is Shane's, let's see, how's he spell it? Getting Handy is his channel, and this is the link to this particular video. So if you haven't gone over there yet, yesterday we got him over 100 subscribers from the start of the show to the end of the show. So hopefully, if there's a few of you in here that have not yet subscribed to Shane's Getting Handy's channel, he is streaming 24/7. This is his feed. This was from earlier today, though, and I moved it back in time because if we went live, I'll show you what it looks like right now, just so you understand. And that is the cloudy mess that we're going to see if we have it on live, and that's why I've backed it up. And there's your clouds. So when we go back a little ways, and I've actually backed it up quite a bit, about 10 or 11 hours, and that's kind of what we've seen. I kind of like this scene here where you can see the stars popping through all the ash and stuff. That's kind of cool to see, but lots of lava flow. And some of you may have noticed what I did earlier there, put that figure on the screen. Between 50 and 100 cubic meters per second output is what is coming out of there. And I got those numbers from Yvonne, our volcanologist, and she will be flying to Sicily in a few hours, apparently. So that is all cool, and that is fantastic. Anyway, Banana Puss saying, "Oh damn, I hate being number 66." Well, you could have waited, or you could have got here a little earlier. You could have been number 1, Banana Puss. Seriously, you could have been. Welcome, Trev. And I promise not to put that thing up today for you. I promise. Okay. Well, maybe once or twice. Ooh, that's an ugly looking one there, Michael, Sage Master, and looks like a grumpy face or a mean one. What's the title on that one? Actually, I haven't used that one yet, so. We'll have to see. That's one of the new emojis, obviously. Anyway, let's carry on with what we've got going on. So we kind of looked at the SO2 chart. That, of course, is one of the things that was the primary concern today, to see how much SO2 is actually come across the big pond, if you will. And it's not just the big pond, but it's gone all the way from, of course, here's Hawaii, the big island, and made its way, and quite intensely as well, through Mexico, coming up in California, going up into Utah, and then all the way across over to the eastern seaboard via Texas. And so you'll see higher levels, of course, in places like that you shouldn't see, which is South Carolina and Georgia and Alabama, those places, and you shouldn't see that. So that is really, really wild. And then seeing it go all the way out into the Atlantic, and that is a lot of SO2. So just imagine if we had 10 of these going at the same time. That wouldn't be very good, would it? So let's keep our fingers crossed that this one is a short-term or short-lived eruption. Hey, I see 2 bunnies eating right now. That's cool. Sorry, I had to say that. It's nice to see the bunnies come in and eat. I spent a lot of time shoveling today. Anyway, yeah, we don't want a volcanic winter. That is something that we want to stay away from. But seeing higher levels of SO2 like this, I can always get a little bit scared. LOL, you sounded like the other Dr. Fox. Other Dr. Fox? Is there another Dr. Fox somewhere that I don't know about, Raven? Anyway, my fingers don't type as fast as I'd like them to. Yeah, that happens to me too. Wait a minute. That SO2 from Maui is making its way to Washington, D.C. Now, it's gone way beyond Washington, D.C. It's all the way out here and just about, well, it's basically got up here to Newfoundland. Okay, so, yeah, it's gone quite a ways there, Mars 2028. That is a very impressive flow of SO2 all the way across. And, yep, all the way out to Newfoundland. So, Yes, in the multiverse. Yeah, let's hope we're not in the multiverse. Well, actually, you know, you never know about that. You don't know if we are, in fact, in a multiverse. I'm not going to get into that, though. It's an interesting discussion for those who like that sort of thing. Anyway, let's go to someplace normal, and that is Iceland. And of course, Iceland is a beautiful place to visit, and we have in Iceland a potential of 7 different volcanoes that could erupt sooner or later, and we hope one of them does. And of course, we specifically hope it's Ragnar in Fagradalfjall, and that is really something we'd love to see. But there's been rumors of a list of 7 going around, which is kind of interesting to see. But we'll see what happens. Anyway, that's your weather earlier today. That is about 8 hours ago. That's what it looked like in the capital city of Reykjavik. Why is that quality so low? It changed it on me again. I fixed this up just before the show. Anyway, lots of rain happening. As you can see, the clouds, probably snow in the higher elevations. I'm not going to worry about that one so much, but it looks wet there. Let's go to the other shot. That one is still buffering for some reason, but let's see if we can see, yep, more rain clouds. And that is actually about, ooh, why is that 12 hours ago? I want 8 hours ago, something like that. 8 hours and 47 minutes ago. So yeah, you can see quite a bit of rain coming in there. And all the runways are wet and that kind of thing in the area. So, you know, it's not the greatest of weather. But let's have a look and see if we can see Katla. And I already got a pretty good hunch that we won't. And there it is. Lots of rain happening there. Let's see if it dries up just a little. Well, you can see the edges of the ice field here. But the Katla area is right in here, hiding in the clouds for those who are interested. And of course, Katla is one of the ones that is high on the list of volcanoes in Iceland to erupt. And yeah, there you can see just a little bit more in that shot. But that's just the edges of the ice field. That's actually the fairly fresh snow that has fallen. But it's back there. Trust me on that. Anyway, we'll leave that be for right now. We'll go over to our harmonic tremor charts and have a peek and see what we've got going on there. And of course, that is Asja is the one we're looking at right now. I'm going to refresh that just so we're up to date. There we go. And looks like it was busy at Asja. And we see some small spikes, and not really anything to worry about. And then we see one that is just about right off the scale. So let's take a look and see what we can find in the tremors and see if there's something there that caused that. And that would have been about, I don't know, 2200 hours or thereabouts, maybe at 2130. Something like that, looking at where it lines up here in the last dots. Anyway, we'll take a look at some of the other ones here. I know our Fagradalfjall is not working, unfortunately, and they are trying to fix it. There it is, and we're short a day and a half of data here. So unfortunately, that one is not going to help us. If we keep sliding down, though, we will find Grindavik, and we'll go to that one first. And there's Grindavik's chart, and you do see a big rise and a fairly steep fall again. So it was going up, it was looking promising, and it dropped off. So I'm sure that our Fagradalfjall area has probably got a very similar looking rise and fall, and we'll take a look at that in a second. on some of the other charts. This one here, of course, is Grimsey, the very most northern island there for Iceland, and it looks like pretty steady for it, so I'm not going to worry about that. And we'll go down here and see what Hertebreed is. Hertebreed's still broken. I'm not going to worry about that. And Krusevik is the next one we're going to look at here. And that should be right about here. And that is a very similar pattern to what we should be seeing there at Eruption. So that is kind of same thing of what we've seen, the big rise and the big fall. Unfortunately, they don't have this map centered or the charts centered very well. They should have it up a little bit more. But anyway, that is what we're seeing right now for those areas. And really, it's not doing too much. Hi, Dr. Fox. Did you manage to get the red paint out of your eyebrows yet? Yeah, it's all paint-free. Not a worry there, Wonky Donkey. Don't forget to like. Yep, all that counts there, Vera. Thank you. And let's pop over, since this isn't giving us too much information. Let's pop over and take a look at the earthquakes, and we'll see if we can see what made the big shakers there over at Asja earlier. So that'd be interesting. Anyway, let me get on that map. Where did you go? There you are. All right, so this is in the last 24 hours. Looks like the numbers went up just a little bit. And when I last checked, there were 77. So we got 80 now as the total in the last 24 hours. And let's start at the north and work our way down. I'm checking way up top here to make sure I didn't miss anything like yesterday. And here we go. There's the island of Grimsey, the most northern point there of Iceland, really. Not land-wise, but island-wise. And there we go. We've got at 2033 a magnitude 1.2, 6.3 kilometers down. Then at 1517 we had a 1.43, 15 and a half clicks down. We had at 652 a 1.35, 15.1 kilometers down. 0.8, and that was 1.1 kilometer down. And that is from 1:43 a.m. And there's another one right underneath there. That is a 1.41, 5.7 kilometers down, and 4:46 was the time on him. And let's grab these other ones here. 1322 for this magnitude 0.71 and 9.8 kilometers down. And then we had a 0.98 at 4:03 a.m., 11.5 kilometers down. We had this 1.4 from 1749. Wow, just about 50, close. Anyway, 6.8 kilometers down for him, and then 1.9 at 1800, 5.8 kilometers down for that one. Sliding down, we don't see anything in those areas. We do see a couple right around Asja, but we do see a lot more activity here at Hertebreed again. So that is also a possibility that Hertebreed could go before Asja, but everything here is kind of sneaking over and migrating a little closer and closer. Remember, it used to be all up here, and now it's kind of sitting there, and we see it more and more. So in the future, if we see this migrating, that would be a good indicator that we are going to get an eruption at Asja. Anyway, looking here, 1329 was the time on this magnitude 0.64, 3 kilometers down for him. 0.3, 2.5 kilometers down, 1952 was the time on it. And let's take a look what we got here. And looking at a lot of these, they're fairly small. Let's just grab some of the bigger ones. 1.3, 5.5 kilometers down from 2001. This one 2036, 1.7, 5.3 kilometers down for him. This 0.5, 6 kilometers down, 2042. And that time frame sounds about right for our big spike in the chart there. Not for that particular quake, but around that mark. This one, though, earlier from 14 minutes after midnight, 0.7, 2.6 kilometers down. These are all a little bit older, 1.4 in magnitude, 8.65 clicks down, 7:30 in the morning. Then we've got this one from 9:29 a.m., 0.13, very small, 5.8 clicks down. This 1.4, 8.6 clicks down, 7:30. 1.53, 5.1 clicks down from 9:26. Let's grab that one in between here, 0.7, 3.8 clicks down, and that is at 7:31. Gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. And let's look at the bigger one here, and that could be our big spike for Astja, since that's really not that far away. There's Astja, there's where it is. So that's probably the big spike, 2144, 2.3 and 3.2 kilometers down for him. There was another 2.3 in here from 144 as well. Oh, hang on, that's a 2.2 down here. 2120 for him, 1.8 clicks down. 1.7 here. Thank you for that, Colin. That's awesome. Super chat, appreciate it. Colin, thank you. I'm just writing that down so I don't forget it. Otherwise, I won't be able to thank you at the end of the show. Anyway, that's an awesome £5 super chat. Thank you kindly. Anyway, 2218, magnitude 1.7, 4.7 kilometers down for that one. And I just want to grab some of the bigger ones out of here. 2314, 1.4, 5.6 clicks down. This 1.1 was 7.3 kilometers down from 2257. And this 1.4, 5.6 clicks, 2314. And did we get this guy? 7.4 kilometers down on that 1.6 from 2146. So it gives you a pretty good idea. We didn't grab this down here, so let's just look at 2218, a magnitude 1.7, 4.7 kilometers down for that guy. We've got a 0.59 over here, 2.3 kilometers down, 1:34 a.m. So a little bit of interesting stuff there. And let's have a look at this here. 2.2, 1.8 kilometers down, 2120. And this one here, 1.9, 5.4 kilometers. Sorry, let's try that again. A magnitude 1.1 kilometers down from 1954. Holy Batman. Some of them sometimes just don't work. 0.8, 3.6 clicks down, 2146 for him. And we'll try this guy here, 1 and 3.7 kilometers down, 2316 is the time on it. And we already looked at these here, that 0.3, 2.5 clicks down, and a 0.64, 3 kilometers down. And really, I don't think Astja's going to go just yet, but we'll see if this swarm slides over and migrates a little bit more. If we see it getting closer to Astja, we may have something going on. Looking over here, that'd be Bardabunga, and Bardabunga is a 1.14, 0.496 or 496 meters down, 1427 for that one. And this one is a 0.5, and that is 4.2 kilometers down from 1427. And that's it for Bardabunga. We'll go down a little bit. There's Grimsvatn. and it doesn't have anything right around it. Wonky Donkey, welcome what? Paints a target on the donkey assets every night, and last night I got some red paint on his eyebrows by mistake. The Wonky Donkey, you don't need to tell everybody that. And I could not find his paintbrush, had to improvise. Yep. It was one of those things, and thank you, Pepper said you have 5 minutes. Appreciate that, Pepper. Anyway, 1.5 in magnitude, 1.7 kilometers down, 2019 for him. And then we've got a 0.85, 14.7 kilometers down, a lot further, 7:07 a.m. And then this 1.63, 12.3 kilometers down from 6:39. We also have this one here from 6:58 a.m., 2.33, and that is 2 kilometers down for that one. I'm not seeing anything else out in this region today, and everything seems to be a little quieter. Getting out towards Hekla, that is up here, we do see 3 out here, 0.93. 5.8 clicks down, and 5:06 a.m. For that. 6:02 a.m. we had a 0.99, 6.5 kilometers down, and then we had a 5.8 kilometers down from 6:02 as well. So that is right there. I'm surprised we didn't see anything here. With everything that's been going on at Katla, you would expect to see some more or small quakes or tremors of some sort. Grandma B is here. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, it's weird that we're not seeing any more activity right there. But up here we got a 1.9, 4.8 clicks down, 21:43. And this 2.0, 9.4 kilometers down, 22:20 for him. And as we get into our Reykjanes Peninsula, and we will look real quick here, there's the capital city of Reykjavik and all its areas there. If you slide down over here, you see the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, and then sliding over a bit, we see, whoop, I went too far. Oh my God, I'm getting myself lost. Zoom out, zoom back in. There we go. I want to get into Grindavik, and there's Grindavik on the bottom. And of course, the Blue Lagoon right in here. Oops, there, and the power plant right there. So pretty awesome to see that. While we're here, let's grab this 1.2, 4.1 kilometers down from 1733. And I don't think that's really going to pose any problems. Zooming in here, this of course is our Fregardalfjall favorite area. Ragnar would be down here, and we are not seeing anything new or shakers there. And our Siggy Fisher is right here, and that has been very quiet as well. Kalir up here, don't see any quakes. Not till you get back here a little bit. We do have some small ones, 0.9, 7.9 clicks down, 4:58 a.m. for that one. And then we've got a 0.778 kilometers down, a 1:11 a.m. and a 1.06 kilometers down from 3:56 a.m. And that is it for our wonderful Iceland. So relatively calm as far as what we've got going on there. It's a wait and see game. I'm still keeping my fingers crossed for possible Christmas eruption. I know, I'm wishful thinking, right? But that is what we've got. Anyway, it is pretty close to break time, you guys. So what I'm going to do is I will put you back onto some lively scenes as soon as I find where I am, and we will put on some 2 pineapples stuff from earlier today, and that is there. Oh, I can get rid of that banner up top. we'll move that out, put this up on the bottom, and that'll be cool. So if that was earlier today from Mauna Loa, 2 pineapples was out, and they were doing their thing. So beautiful job, and thank you to them. And pineapple for break time. That'd be interesting, actually. I haven't had pineapple for a while. Problem is, being by myself, they don't sell pineapple in 1 or 2 serving at a kind of box. You either buy the whole thing, or you kind of don't make it happen, right? Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please give it a shot if you are liking the show. A lot more to come. And also, for those who are sitting on the outside and not subscribed yet, please do consider hitting that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I am going to take a 5 or 6 minute break. Don't go away. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava. Don't go running through the fissures, you guys. Every time you do that, you get burned. We got to call the first aid guys. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. Don't go away. there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Sue and Bloxy Man and Kevin and Sasha and Mars and Kate and everyone else. And I want upside down pineapple cake too. Oh, I was just thinking of I used to make, well, my mother used to make it, and it's just basically taking a tort base and thickening up the juices from the pineapple and cooking them up a little bit, and pour that onto your tort base, and then you drape it with whipped cream and serve it that way, and holy mackerel, it is delicious. So easy to make and wonderful. Anyway, a few more people popped in. Sid for Brains, welcome. Blood Queen also in the house. Let's see who else popped in here. We got Tom earlier. I seen somebody else was sneaking in, like Richard Lapointe. Welcome, glad to have you on board. And Astronomy Alive with David Brewer. I'm sorry, I don't know where they are. We use, oh, Tom Truelove's also here. We use boots up here in Canada. It's too darn cold for slippers there, David. Anyway, let's carry on with our next wonderful stuff. I'll put the brakes on that for right now. Let's get over to our, whoa, let's not look at that one. How about we fix that screen real quick? That's not very good shot. That's not a very good shot either. But how about this one? Nope, that ain't gonna work much either. Let's go back in time and see what we've actually got there in Sicily. And I think we may not be able to see a darn thing, so we'll see. Yep, we got lots of clouds. Those are nice. And going back all the way, or pretty much, yeah, no visibility of Mount Etna whatsoever this afternoon. We'll put that back onto live. I do have a small video here I was able to make this morning, so need to color it in. Thanks, Henry. We'll work on that. Anyway, let's hit this button, and there is the starting shot of this time lapse. And as you probably see, that fissure has moved up a little bit, and I don't know if I want to get my crayons in on this, but I think I might have to, and we'll see. But it was coming out of about right in here somewhere before at the top, and it has moved up, so that is pretty cool to see. That is a check mark. And I don't know, but if you keep an eye on back there, up in the top, I could swear I seen a little bit of lava from there as well. But we will know better what is happening tomorrow, as our wonderful volcanologist Yvonne Kunkel is heading there, and she will be leaving 11 o'clock her time, and then getting there 3 hours later, and of course by later on in the afternoon or evening she will be there doing her thing up at the observatory and going through the data. Anyway, let's play that, and I'll let you guys actually see what it looked like as it got lighter, and you could barely see it, and then the lava kind of dissipates as daylight hits, and very, very hard to see. So that's kind of what we were looking at. This, of course, from the very early morning hours of Mount Etna. Yep, Sid for Brains, that's kind of what it reminds me of as well. Zipper opening. Do you know what's better than bacon? No, what's better? Yeah, more bacon, extra bacon, double bacon. Oh boy. DTB. That's one mountain that I have not seen go live while live. That one would be that one I'll be watching tonight. A little influence Oregon story for the interpretation and Dr. Fox, and he was voice recognition. My apologies. Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. I'm all good. It's all good. I don't mind having strange voices. Oh, Derek's my name. You met me before in Florence, Oregon. Huh. Cool. Okay. Anyway, there is what we've got going on right now anyway, and that is what our wonderful Etna is doing today. So while we were there looking at that, I did have the other material up here, and that of course was from yesterday. Pretty much the same thing as far as the charts are concerned. So this wasn't redone. Let me see if I can actually update this one. I thought it would, but let me give it a shot here. We'll see if we can get us some new data. And is it doing it? Let's try that again. There. Nope. No, didn't do it. Okay, so we'll have to work on getting the updated chart for us for tomorrow. But right now we don't have it, so that's all right. We'll carry on though, and since we were looking there in Sicily, let's go back over to the mid-Atlantic ridge, and it looks pretty cool and awesome there in the Azores. And we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, and there you can see the harbor down below, and the town. You can see some nice moonlight on the water, so you can tell that it is not that rough tonight, which is pretty awesome. Also, the lights on Pico Island. There they are, and this is about 18 kilometers across between the two islands, and that is pretty cool. Let's carry on. Actually, for those who aren't familiar, there's a daytime shot of it, and you can see Mount Pico there. Yeah, moonlight and calm seas, clear skies. What more do you want? Johnny Gonzalez, welcome. A good day and night to all in the channel. Waves, hey, no worries, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Anyway, next shot is the little cove, and we are seeing some white water down there, so it's not as calm as we think it is, but it is relatively calm. And you got to remember, in the other shot, we're looking at a very large area, and you know the waves are seemingly small, and this is what it looks like during the day there, just so you have the idea. And what we are doing is watching for the white water down here. It gives us a pretty good idea of how big some of those waves are, and sometimes you see the entire area here all white water as the larger waves break, and of course make those wonderful white bubbles. Anyway, let's take a look and see what we've got for earthquakes there in the Azores, and let's put that on the bigger screen and looking at it. And you know, this is a day number what is it, day number 4 or 3? Yeah, day number 3. No earthquakes on São Jorge. So is that an indicator that our volcano is not going to happen? That is something that we have to wonder about. And of course, this map is strictly for São Jorge or São Jorge. We'll go to the other map I'm going to refresh that one because we want to make sure it's up to date. And we'll get it back to a size here. And that has the current earthquakes on it. And of course, when we take a look, and I'll zoom in a little bit here, and there is São Jorge, there is Pico Island, and of course Pico Volcano. For those who are curious what that looks like, it's pretty darn big. And we'll zoom back out. Fayal Island, also a volcano on there. And then, of course, the other one is Terceira, over here on Terceira Island, of the Terceira volcano right there. Those are the two, so São Jorge in here, and Terceira over here is what is listed for them. Anyway, East Azores fault, we follow it out. We see this 8 hours ago, 2.4 in magnitude. If we click on it, we can find out how deep it was. It was a surface quake. The other one 8 hours ago is a 2.0, also a surface quake. So nothing really special happening there today. Relatively quiet, and we don't see anything else down the rest of the ridge. Mind you, a lot of these end up being on the other charts. So kind of remember the shape here, and that'll be a good indicator of where that ridge lines actually are. I think we have a quake somewhere right in here, so the fault would have created a little bit of a shake and a rumble there. But we'll take a look once we get to the Canary Islands one, and we'll go from there. Anyway, let's put that back there. That does look pretty awesome. And that is a very nice night. Leo says, good night all, time to go to work. Thanks again, Dr. Fox, for all you do for us. Oink, oink. And you are very welcome, Leo. And take care, and have a safe day at work. And all the best to you. And let's carry on with our next volcanoes. And of course, that is going over to Popocatepetl, and that is kind of steaming right now, and already a nighttime shot. And there we go. And of course, let it buffer. Anyway, that is what we're seeing at Popocatepetl right now. Actually, their weather wasn't all that bad today. The volcano was visible for most of the time, which is not bad, considering everything that we normally see, which is a volcano gray. Anyway, you see the output coming from it. I'm not sure what all it's putting out there as far as gases, but nothing too severe. I didn't see any major eruptions. Unless, hang on, there's one in here, a little bit of a poof in here, but again, like I said, really nothing super major, and I'm advancing at 5 seconds at a time here because that is typically very slow. We do see some darker material in there, so you'll see some ash, tephra, different stuff going up there. And that is kind of what we've got there. If we go back a bunch, there are different times. A couple more little puffs earlier this morning, 10 a.m. We had this guy, and that popped out again. You can see it's fairly dark and gray, not that white fluffy stuff that normally comes out, but short-lived eruptions, and that's kind of what we see from this one. If we go back all the way into the golden times, and very early in the morning we did have an eruption there, or a little bit of one anyway. Teresa, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Happy holidays and happy new year. We'll try that as soon as that new year gets here. It'll be good. Anyway, that is what we were seeing this morning, and it wasn't too bad as far as output, but again, really nothing super heavy duty. and going back all the way into the moonlight, it was fairly calm and sedate. You can see quite a few of the stars in the background and stuff like that. Awesome shot. So pretty cool, like it. And of course that is what it looks like right now. Moonlit clouds, really awesome. If we go to the other shot here, this is the other angle, and that of course about the same as far as you can see the stars on very, very moonlit cloud. Next one on our list, of course, is going a little further south, and that is Fuego, and I don't think we're going to see anything. I checked back earlier today, and I could not find a single frame of Fuego. It was hiding in those clouds all day long, and I scoured back and forth over the entirety of everything and just couldn't find it. And I thought, nope, I'm going to give up. Fuego is a no-go today. Popo are covered with its with its blanket to sleep. Yeah, that's what we got to figure. Anyway, this one from hasn't updated here for a couple of days, so this was yesterday's picture of Momotombo, and I'm not sure why it didn't update. I'm going to try updating it now again. Yep, there it is. It updated this time. It's supposed to do that automatically. You can see the outline of it, but that's it. No visibility. Maybe the clouds will move some of that. The moon will light it up. Anyway, this picture was of Messiah, the caldera, and that was on the 30th. Let's see if that one updated. And yep, that is an updated picture, so slightly different. You can see the caldera still very hot. Anyway, a very dangerous volcano in the sense of you don't want to get too close to the edge, because if you drop in, you're done. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Tom. Appreciate it. Let's pop over to our, I'm going to actually put that one back on Popocatepetl. There we go. Pop over to Merapi, and let's see if that'll make us happy. And Merapi is kind of doing the same thing as it was yesterday. We had periods of quiet, and we had periods of clouds. And it was 7:12 a.m. It looked pretty quiet then, not too much going on. If we back up in time a little bit, that is about 6:13 a.m. And again, really nothing popping out of it. If we go a little further back here, we do see this at just about 3 a.m. A little bit of a glow up there. I'm not sure if that's just me or just clouds, or if that is an actual glow, but I kind of figured, well, I'll take a look. Weird looking clouds. I don't know. Anyway, going back a little bit further, 1:30 in the morning, we don't see that same glow, not in there then. And going back a little more, just about 12 midnight for them, nothing really happening, and we just see small amounts of off-gassing, and that's it. So we'll leave that guy be. Let's have a quick peek over in New Zealand and see if we can see Ruapehu, and Ruapehu is hiding. It's behind those clouds. If we go back a little bit, we may be able to see a little bit more of it, but not that much. Oh, I see it peaking, but that's it. So unfortunately, second day in a row where we really don't have a very good view of Ruapehu. That's a little better, but still not enough to see the whole thing. And no off-gassing or anything like that reported from what I heard. And that is about it for that one. Any vid on Taupo? No, I don't have any. The videos there, I asked for permission on one, and they have not responded to me. So it was actually from the news place. They were talking about the lake in Taupo. the actual lake. They actually, when they had that larger quake, they actually had sloshing going on in that lake. Like if you take a bowl and you wish it back and forth, and they had sloshing going on, creating little mini tidal waves, if you want to call them that. And that was kind of weird to see some of that in the news. So wild stuff going on there, and I hope things settle down because that could be really, really dangerous in that area. Joseph Astier, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Is that snow out in the distance on, yes, it was. There is snow on Mount Ruapehu, just so you know. Anyway, for those people who are interested more in Taupo, I'm going to drop that link in the chat here, and you can take a look. And this is Geonet, is the place, and you can certainly go there and get your up-to-date reports. I didn't refresh it for today, but we'll do that real quick, and we'll take a look at Taupo and see what it is doing. There's your drum roll, and we do see all the little shakers in there. That is pretty awesome, and the activity, of course, from yesterday, and it has somewhat subsided, as we can see on that chart. I know these aren't very big. I don't know if we can get them bigger when we click on them. There we go. So yeah, and there's the bigger quakes, and we're in a lull or a quiet time right now. So hopefully it will continue to be a little quieter for those good folks, and they won't see a heck of a lot more of that sloshing traffic there at Taupo. But anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on there. And like I say, with that link, you can always pop over and have a look on your own to see minute by minute what they've got. Actually, I think it's every 10 minutes or something that they update those charts, and we'll see from there. And it is a break time, you guys. So after the break, we will go take a look at Semeru, and then we'll continue with our wonderful Sakurajima and Japan, and then we'll figure out the rest from there. So for right now, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button. And I did say I was going to switch back and forth between our two different feeds there from this morning. So I'm going to get us back on the one from Shane's Getting Handy channel, and there it is. And I'm going to pop that on there for you. There we go. And we can turn that other thing off for now. There we go. So that was from earlier today. That is from about 11 hours and 25 minutes ago is when that was filmed. And that, of course, is a live cam, which you guys can go visit. And again, the link for that is this one here. That I'm pasting in now, so you can always go have a look. Okay, for those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop. We are just 6 away from reaching that 100 milestone. That would be awesome. And Hermione is pronounced Hermione. Hermione? I'll stick with Hermione. But anyway, that's all awesome, you guys. And she hasn't said anything bad to me about it, so I'm going to stick with it for now. I don't speak Dutch, I speak German. Anyway, those good people who are here, if you haven't yet, it is okay, Doc. All right, Dr. Fox. Thanks, Hermione. And that's kind of the English pronunciation of it, in a way, I guess. It's just like my in German, my real name is a lot different than what it is in English, and that's what happens. Anyway, you guys, when we get back from the break, we're gonna have bacon seeds. And we don't care what anybody wants to call them. They're bacon seeds. And on that friendly note, keep smiling, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. And on that note, here comes some music, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in very cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, it is too cold. Most people would run away. I'd like to, but it's too cold to run. Anyway, I did promise bacon seeds, but before we go do that, we do have something important that we need to take care of for a second. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and Sasha. Welcome back, terrific Dr. Fox, and Mona Alfano. Nice to see you. Welcome. And thank you, and Kevin Williams in Kananaskis Country, and Johnny, and I can hear you from Sharon Stewart. So awesome. Anyway, let's go do our important thing. And everybody get ready to sing. There we go. Happy birthday to Sasha. And we'll get that music playing for you. And maybe. There we go. So it is Sasha's birthday today. Sasha is 29, I think, if I'm correct. Or is it 29 and holding? One of the two. But I'm 28. Okay, 28 and holding. So happy birthday, Sasha, and no, that's okay. Don't put that down. You're 29 and holding. That's the way it works. Once you get to 29, the numbers don't count anymore. And if you turn that around, it'd be 84. But let's not go that far. And it's awesome. And thank you for letting us know that it was your birthday. And we don't mind sharing a little bit of happiness with you. And it's one of those things. You're part of the Lava family here, so hey, happy birthday, Sasha, and many, many more for you in the future. And I see a lot of people are throwing in birthday wishes, and Joseph Astier going 100. Awesome, and really cool. So they have a big candle going for Sasha. Sasha's birthday in Hawaii. It's called Mauna Loa. Yeah, that's right. Just imagine that on top of your birthday cake. That would be pretty awesome. Adriana, welcome, by the way. Or Adriana. Sorry, I had that wrong. Adriana. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, anyway, all the best to you, Sasha, and we hope that you have a few dozen more of those wonderful birthdays in your near future, and that'll be cool, and you can experience a few dozen more volcanoes erupting here and there, so very cool. And I think that's it. There we go. So again, happy birthday, Sasha, and all the best. And let's get on to our bacon seeds. Of course, that one was the last one from yesterday. And Piggy, of course, was working hard and sent some new ones to us. So let's get on to the new bacon seeds for today. And this guy looks really stickly. He's a wild one. Definitely a wild bacon seed. That is pretty awesome. And no, he's not boring. He's he's a wild pig. Skinny seed. Yep. You got to get him to put on some pounds. Otherwise, I'm not going to have enough bacon. Anyway, totes, newbie, all legs. Yep. definitely. Bacon seed, little guy, stick legs. Next guy is this one, and this one definitely looks a little bit on the plumper side. This is a Santa bacon seed, and that one is pretty cool. We do like that. That is awesome. And Piggy sends some really wonderful ones. It's elf, yeah. Stub-nosed elf actually is kind of what it does remind you of. And next one is, hold it, that's not bacon seeds. That's bunnies, and that is awful cute, you guys. Piggy sent those. They got mustaches. That is pretty awesome. Bunnies with mustaches. Pretty cool. Christmas bunnies. So very neat. And kissing bunnies. I've never seen ones with mustaches like that before. That is either that's doctored up or, yeah. If they are like that, that's pretty cool. Next ones is this little stocking stuffer. And he looks like he's sleeping. He's having a snooze in a little bucket or a stocking of some sort. Looks like a bucket. Anyway, that got snuck in there somehow. Was supposed to be looking at bacon seeds. Here we go. I'm back to bacon seeds. A little pig doing some house cleaning in her basket, while the other one is straightening the blanket out over on the left-hand side there. So, really cool. What? Not a piggy either. Yeah, these are piggies, though. They definitely are, and they look a lot nicer. And one final bacon seed for today, and that is these guys. And look at the smiles on their faces. And three Santa's helpers saying Merry Christmas. And of course, they're happy because turkey is on the menu for Christmas dinner, not ham. Anyway, that is Mo, Larry, and Curly Piggy. Cool. Is that their names? That is pretty awesome. Anyway, they are good looking, and they got nice smiles. So how could you eat something like that? I don't know. Cute Santa piggies. Nancy Buchanan, thank you. And anyway, we thank Piggy for sending those bacon seeds in, and I'm glad she was able to, and all good. Yeah, you can't eat them here. Anyway, let's get back to our volcanoes, though, and that is, Kananaskis country brought up my weather. Minus 22 degrees Celsius, or minus 8 Fahrenheit. At least the wind isn't very strong right now, so that is a good thing. Getting myself onto the correct map. Not that much action happening from our wonderful Semeru. It is in clouds right now. If we go back about 2 hours, we can see it doing a little puff. Actually, I missed it by just a few seconds here. So anyway, you can see it doing its thing. Very small little puff coming out of there. If we make that just a bit bigger, you can see it a little better. Kevin Haynes gifted one membership. Thank you, Kevin. And we'll see who ends up getting it. And the Storm Chaser. Way to go, Storm Chaser. And Haynes. And so there we go. Gifted one. And Storm Chaser got a gift of a 1 month free membership there. That is awesome. Thank you very kindly for doing that, Kevin. And congratulations, Storm Chaser. And that is awesome. And yep, chimney puffing, and that's probably a good way of putting it. And that is what we've seen there. If we go back a little further in time, it had several of those little puffs. Going back about 2 hours and 42 minutes roughly, we see another one popping out of there. And if we advance that a little bit, that was at 5:35 a.m. by the way, and there at Semeru. I'm just advancing it 5 seconds at a time here, but it was buffering on its own, so kind of what we see and what we get from those guys, unfortunately, being over the big pond. But there you go. That is what was going on there earlier. And I do believe there was another little puff here right at the beginning of the day, just as things were getting lighter. 4:28 a.m. and trying to advance it. There it is, and you can see a little bit of a plume coming out, and as it grows, you can see even actually, let's back that up. You can see a little bit of lava right there. Not very much, but that is still happening, and that was all right. Smaller eruptions than it's been doing the last few days, so a little bit quieter. And then, of course, they had going behind the clouds. Unfortunately, there's kind of a neat shot, moonlit up in the top, a little bit of lava in the caldera, a couple of spots coming down the raceway there, and not seeing too much else. That is kind of a neat shot. If we had turned that background off, it looks even better that way. So that was Semeru, and not doing a heck of a lot for right now. I'm going to put that back on this so we can see it, and we'll leave that be. We'll go to our next volcano. By the way, that's what it looks like there right now. We can see the traffic moving through the gully, and the rainwater has subsided a bunch. It was fairly high this morning. They had a whole line of trucks up top here before they crossed. They waited for the water to go down. But anyway, that is it for there. Let's get over to Japan. And yes, Sasha, it is tropical there. I kind of like it. That's one of those places where they have those things called palm trees, and I do like them. There we go. And that is, of course, this is Sakurajima in Japan. 10:20 a.m. there right now. It is live. We are seeing that haze come out of there, so there is a little bit of bad gas as well as other stuff in there. And by the looks of this, it just kind of sitting here. We'll probably end up seeing a fairly large SO2 footprint on our map, but that is what it is right there. I don't know if it had any eruptions or not. I didn't see much, and I'm just advancing it 5 seconds at a time, so we see a little bit of motion there in the clouds, and that is kind of what we had going on for the most part. It is a fairly big plume though, and it is pretty steady coming out of there. That was at 9 a.m. If we go back to 7:30, looks like it's actually raining in the area, perhaps from that cloud or ash coming down. So a little bit of ash rain, and there we go. I see those birds again. Has anyone identified those yet? High minus 43 later tonight. Yeah, with the wind chill, Pistol Pete, I believe that. That is going to be what it is, but we're going to stay inside and not in the cold temps out there. So all good, and you stay inside too if you can. Anyway, 6:21 wasn't so pretty looking, and very gloomy actually. And then there was this time here. This is where we did have a little bit of a burp, and hang on, that'd be right about here. All right, there is at 3:40 a.m. you do actually see some lava. It didn't come out far, but there was definitely a little eruption, and you've seen a little zap of lightning in there. That was kind of neat to see. But so a little burp from our lava hiccups. That's about it. Yeah, that's so cold. I keep warm. Yeah, I want to. Ooh, there was another bolt of lightning. That was pretty cool. And that is actually a volcanic lightning. So that is pretty awesome to see. And of course, with a volcano high in water output, or H2O mixed in with its gases, will produce a lot of volcanic lightning. Oh, there's another one. I should maybe save that for later. That would actually be kind of cool. But that plume continues to go up for quite a ways. And it's, of course, at nighttime very, very difficult to tell what is really going on. Mars 2028 says extra bacon is rare at Sakurajima. Yeah, we don't see it often. We don't see it often, and that is kind of cool, though. But hey, it is what it is. Let's go back a little bit further, because that just kept on going, and we really didn't see too much else come out of there other than guys driving by with lights on. Anyway, getting back towards the beginning of the day, there was another little puff. I think it was right around here. You see a little bit coming out, but again, 1:40, 1 a.m. Wasn't anything major, so we'll leave that be. And prior to that, everything else was fairly calm. We can go back about 11 hours. That is what it looked like at 23 26 yesterday at their time in Japan. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, nice little spot there. Quick peek, that's what it is at current. The ice cream boat is in, so if you guys want to run down, get yourself an ice cream. We can see it is docked there, and you go down that road, it curves here, and at the lights hang a left and go to the dock, and you can get it. Of course, there is a shot of Sakurajima from a little further back, and that is pretty awesome. And they did have a little bit better weather there today, so currently anyway. Earlier it was kind of gloomy, but that's all right. Next volcano, of course, is Suwanoshijima. And Suwanoshijima is, of course, in one of the southern islands. As you can see, it is raining there, so there's the caldera. And we aren't going to see a heck of a lot with the rain happening. I do want to check in the earlier portions of the day here, though. We did have some color in there, and I'm not sure where exactly that is erupting from. Almost looks like the other caldera. There's actually about 3 different spots to that caldera, and it's kind of neat. Anyway, there, that's from the front one now. So we do see some color, and that is indicating that we do have some lava in there. And of course, like I say, that is on one of the southern islands, and it's kind of far away for us. Poor camera view, but hey, we take what we can get since that is okay. Anyway, that's what we're seeing there at Suwanoshijima in Japan. We still don't have ASOL back on our list, but we do have the big guy. And of course, that is Mount Fuji. And Mount Fuji is a very nice looking mountain. If we back that up just a little bit, you can see it a little bit better, but not as much snow on there. It must be melting quite a bit there in Japan to melt that up top. Anyway, warmer temperatures for our wonderful Mount Fuji, and that is cool. Next one, real quick, take a peek over at our Yellowstone National Park. Oh, I see that's buffering actually from them. But anyway, that is what the scene would be looking like regardless. If you haven't gone to that site yet, you might want to consider that. And of course, that is if you type in a Yellowstone or a Jellystone, either or, you can bring up the site. It's a good place to go and take a look during the daytime. They've, of course, Old Faithful does its thing. Thank you for the 2-minute warning. And let me just do that so the link comes up, and we'll get that in there for you guys. And thanks for that 2-minute warning. So that is Old Faithful. Anyway, what I'm going to do is I will put you back onto some lovely lava for our interim here for the break. So let me see what I can come up with, and we will give you some more of our wonderful friends at Two Pineapples, and they've got some lava showing. So let's see. Hang on, is that going to work, or is that? Oh yeah, that's working. And make sure the quality is cranked up. Yeah, I find even if it says HD on the bottom here, sometimes it isn't, and you have to actually hit that button again to make it work. Anyway, there is Mauna Loa, and that is from this morning. And of course, this is compliments of Two Pineapples. And if you haven't, oops, why that switch there? Shouldn't have done that. Did we clear it? Yeah, we did. I want to get that. Click on it, and there we go. I'll just move that down a bit. All right. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. The more likes we get, the better off the YouTube analytics work. So that would be awesome if you can hit that. Also, if you're new, sitting on the outsides, haven't jumped into the chat, all it takes is hitting that subscribe button. 1 minute later, you're able to get in there and do your thing. And on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I will be back in about, 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. More to come. Thanks. And I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And a big thank you, Clark Hall, for your wonderful super chat and saying hello, DrFox2000, YouTube, viewers and moderators, and Santa Rosa, California. Oh, from Santa Rosa. What is the temperature in Santa Rosa, California? I'm curious. Is it warmer than my place? And do you have a spare room? Oh boy. I think pretty much any place is warmer than here, other than in Siberia, but let's not go there. That'd be awesome. Anyway, let's carry on with what we've got, and of course, big thank you to Two Pineapples for letting us use this. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028, Sasha, Kevin Haynes, Kate, and Brian Rock Railfan in the house. Welcome, and also thank you from Sue and Canonesca's country. No Siberia. No, not Siberia. 50 Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius. That's excellent. That would be t-shirt weather. That's not bad. 7 Celsius it says. 45 degrees. Brr, those guys are even colder. But no worries. And that is all good. That's a lot better than here, and of course for those who need to know, here is a little cooler. There you go, minus 22 Celsius. So I like looking at lava, keeps me warm. Anyway, let's carry on with other things. I will stop our lava. And I can even stop and freeze Mauna Loa in its tracks. Look at that, eh? To have that power to be able to stop it. That is really, really awesome. Anyway, let's take a look at the rest of Hawaii and see what's happening over at our wonderful Kilauea. And Kilauea should be not bad. We can actually get rid of that little banner on the bottom. There we go. And still the same levels. That was from 1811 yesterday. Of course, that is the lava pond inside the caldera of Kilauea. And we do see this is where the lava tube feeds it. And you see some of the brighter spots here. This lava, of course, crusts over fairly quick. And the brighter places are where you get bubbling coming up, where the lava is draining out. We do see a little bit more light there in the toe area, but not that much. Levels are still down quite a bit from the top of it. But let's take a look during the daytime, which is a current picture, and that is this one. Yeah, those levels are still not up any. A matter of fact, I think they went back down from yesterday to today, and that is what we're seeing. So, yeah, definitely not doing that good. Anyway, hard to see these cracks over here. What's going on? Are we getting that crack? Remember, we used to be able to see it. I don't know if it's just the way the light is hitting it or what's going on, but that crack seems to have closed up. That's weird. Anyway, we do still see these ones, but yeah, that's quite a ways down. That's at least 5 meters from there on the top down to here, and that's 15, 20 feet maybe, something like that. So like a bathtub. Yep, with a big dirty ring around it. Anyway, that is kind of what we got there. Next shot, of course, from 1809 yesterday. There's your lava pond, and you can't see much of the caldera, but you do see a little bit of smoke around the edges. Nothing too severe. Let's look at it right now. And oh boy, yep, it looks like it's maybe raining there. And we are seeing a lot of smoke up on the edges, steaming mad dirt over here. Of course, there's your lava pond, a primary vent located right there, the little hornito that has the lava tube in it. It's almost non-distinguishable here, but it is there, and it feeds that little pond. Too hard to see anything else or really make any other comments about it, but that is what we've got there. Let's see if the camera from that side this way is working. We'll take a look. I'm going to refresh it. Nope, still not. We'll take a look at the thermal instead. This one again from yesterday at 1812 their time in Hawaii, and we'll refresh that. You do see the hornito glowing a bit there, the lava pond and the tow area primary vent again right in here. Let's refresh that, see what it looks like right now. Got more of a purpley haze to it, so likely foggy or rainy there, causing that. So not very good visibility, unfortunately. Let's go back over to Mauna Loa, and we'll take a look and see what it was like there. So yesterday at 8:06 p.m. that was what we were seeing at Mauna Loa. Let's take a look right now. This is at 15:26 is the time on that. You know, when you look at that caldera, you would think that there is no eruption. And seriously, that's what it looks like. And the action isn't here where this camera is. The action is elsewhere, unfortunately. But let's pop over to the map. This is yesterday's or 2 days ago the thermal map. I'm going to refresh this, otherwise it doesn't update it. And we'll zoom in. By the way, if you want this map, type in Hawaii map, and then you will be able to get the link for it. It has all kinds of cameras and sensors and stuff that you can bring up. Some work, some don't work, that kind of thing. Some are old still shots, but some of them do work. As you've seen, we do use a couple of those, and that's pretty cool. So thanks, Kevin, for grabbing that link and bringing it up. Anyway, there is what we are seeing today. So that is the temperature. Things are cooling off a little bit. This is from 15:30 Hawaii time, or 3:30 p.m. And you can see the lava that is cooling. And of course, you can see your temperature gradient on the side here. And as soon as we see that, you know, the lower temperatures, you know that that material is starting to cool back off. The actual rift that was up here is kind of visible to a degree, but again, it's already cooling off a bunch. So we don't think that there's going to be too much more action up in the caldera itself. Most of it will be in the other fissures, and I do believe they've already numbered them. I was trying to find a different map. Dr. Fox, do you have a picture of Mauna Loa caldera before the eruption, so we can see, so we can do a side-by-side comparison? No, I don't. That's actually something I was looking for on Mars, and trying to distinguish, you know, before and after shots. I'm still trying to get some actual clean shots downward from helicopter views or something like that, to be able to get a better idea of what we can do comparison-wise. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this continues and how it pans out. But I do want to see, you know, some mapping as to where that lava and the actual fissures are located. And so far, I have not been successful in finding some really good clean maps without too much other stuff on it from, 1812 kind of thing. And that is a little bit difficult to find. So you guys do have the email address drfox@shaw.ca. If you do happen to find a decent map, please let me know, or a decent map of where the present fissures are from this, and where they are, where the flows are going. That would really be awesome. But we're going to leave that be. That is pretty cool though, and I'd like to seeing it. It is quite impressive. And when we go over and we take a look at that lava flow, it does indeed really do its thing. So that is what we were seeing, like I say, this morning when Two Pineapples went live, and looking at it, it is putting out a lot of material. And like we said, they are guesstimating, and I said guesstimating, between 50 and 100 cubic meters per second coming out of that. And that is a lot of lava. So it's going to be interesting to see how quickly it gets through things. They were talking about Saddle Road getting overrun. We already know that the road to the observatory there was already overrun in 2 places, but they're estimating that perhaps by tomorrow we'll see lava cutting off that major highway, the Saddle Road, and hopefully it doesn't. It still has to come down into the valley a little bit more, and it is a flatter terrain, so it is expected to fan out more and slow down. So could be a couple of days. I don't know if they have any kind of a contingency plan in place to maybe try to save the road with some barriers or something, or berms of sorts. But hey, when that lava's coming, it's going to keep coming. We know that this lava that's being produced here is the style lava, a block lava. When it comes, it pushes. It's like a bulldozer. It doesn't move very quickly, but it's got a lot of power. So that's something that you need to consider. I saw a photo of this from space, and this volcano is a massive. Yes, the volcano in Pistol Pete, this is one of the largest volcanoes on the planet. Actually, if you're measuring it from the bottom of the seafloor all the way to the top of that volcano, I don't recall if it is actually bigger than Mount Everest, but it gives it a good run for the money. It is huge. It is extremely large. And of course, it's sitting on top of that big hot spot. Basically the island producer, as I call it, and we'll see how much more of this wonderful lava this thing pushes up, and how long this goes. The one thing that I did show earlier, we do know that it is definitely affecting the global situation, as that SO2 is so far getting from Hawaii all the way over into the Atlantic, going right across the United States. So that is a long distance, and if this thing continues to go for a month, that can start bringing levels into places that we don't want to see them, right? We prefer to have clean air, but hey, it is what it is, and there's nothing we're gonna do to stop it. Not even Star Trek can come and save us with their freezing device to drop that into the lava and cool it off. Anyway, they say it is the biggest in the world. Pistol Pete, you might be right. And for volcanoes, it certainly is. Anyway, let's go over and take a look at some of the earthquakes that we've had there in the region, and just kind of get a feel of what is going on. And actually, for earthquakes today, it's been a fairly quiet day. We haven't seen anything super major. And the earthquakes actually in the big island of Hawaii have calmed down a little bit for the most part, as we can see up here in Mauna Loa. Not anywhere near as many as what we were seeing before when the swarm happened. So the orange ones here, of course, are the newest ones. And then, of course, down here in Pahala, it continues to do its thing, and we don't see any new ones around Kilauea. We do have this guy way out here. That's a 2.1545 a.m. 41 kilometers down for him. Then we've got this guy here, 2.7, 6.4 kilometers down. Not very deep, makes you wonder why. This one, 1.9, and that is more like the depth of the rest of the Pahala area, which is somewhere between 26 and 37 kilometers down. Anyway, this one was from 3:27 a.m. Let's get at some of these here, and we'll take a look. Won't mention the depths, so they're all kind of the same. This one from yesterday, 2.2, 22:27 was the time on it. Another 2.2, 4:29 a.m. From this morning. 2.3, 1:05 a.m. 1.9, 1:09 a.m. And this one is a 1.8, and that is from 13:51. 2.2, 1:37 a.m. 3.7, a little bit bigger from today, and that was at 1:02 a.m. Then we've got a 1.9 at 1:28 a.m. for him. How deep was that? 36. Yeah, that's okay. 2.1, 1:27 this morning, and this guy over here, 2.6 from 8:36, and that is 32.9 kilometers down. Let's keep going with some of these other ones here. This one just right close to the shore, from it's a 2.1 from 1:17 a.m. Then we've got this guy, 2.4, 11:47. Then some smaller ones, 1.8 for 12:40, and 1.9 from 14:49. This guy right here is 2.0 from 3:12 is the time on that guy. And then this one is 1.9, 9:26 a.m. 2.2, 8:54 a.m. And then we've got this guy here, 2.1, 6:53, and this one is from 2.4 from 9 minutes after 2 a.m. And that is the Pahala area. Let's go up to Mauna Loa, up on the side of the slope. 1.4 from today, and that is 12:37 is when it happened, and that is 8.4 kilometers below sea level. And when we zoom in here a little bit, we do see a few little groupings, and these are fairly small, 1.6, 10, 14, 1.6 kilometers above sea level. This 1.3, 10:48, 1.8 kilometers above sea level. 1.4 from 8:18 a.m., 1.6 kilometers above sea level. This one right here, 1.3 from 12:37, 2 kilometers above sea level. This one is 1.4 from 11:30, and that is 1.4 kilometers above sea level. Now right in the caldera, 1.8, 11:35 a.m., 400 meters above sea level. and 1.4, 1947 yesterday, and that is 900 meters above sea level. This one is a 1.5, 1257, 800 meters above sea level. And we have a 1.5, 12, 11, 1.6 kilometers above sea level. And looking at these other ones here, 2.5, a little stronger. And that was yesterday's at 21:23, 1.2 kilometers above sea level. 1.7, yesterday's from 21:13, 1.8 kilometers above sea level. And then we start hunting for these as they go down the hill a little bit. And I see a 1.7, 8:04 a.m., 2.7 kilometers below sea level. This one here is 1.9. 6:25 a.m., 4.1 kilometers below sea level. And then we've got this guy here, 1.7, yesterday's 22:59, 200 meters above sea level. And this one here is 2.2, 1:26 a.m., 3 kilometers below sea level. Then we've got one left here, and that is this guy, 1.8, 3 minutes after midnight, 1.5 kilometers below sea level. So we've got all of them, and we got that straggler earlier, and really nothing major to report, nothing super heavy duty. Majority of the quakes seem to be in that area. Well, today actually they seem to be up here, and that would be on the southeast side. That's going to be interesting to see if we get some flow out of here, and that is something they are still suspecting that's going to happen, but they are still continuing to see the flow moving this way. Now, as far as getting close to that road, they say that it's coming down the hill here, and it will intersect the road down here somewhere. I'm not exactly sure, but it's going to be interesting to see, and where it's actually going to go over Saddle Road. If that is any kind of an indicator, it's going to head that way. And I really don't know, what's going to happen in the future there. If it, I think it is flowing this way, kind of thing, down the hill, rather than this direction. So. Again, I need maps. That's one of the things that we need to take a look at. Anyway, I'm going to zoom that back out. That's pretty good for looking at Kilauea today. And we will take a look at the rest of the earthquakes after the break. And then we'll go around the planet and do our thing. I'll put you back on this lava since it's already up and running. And that is, of course, from two pineapples, and that was from this morning from Kilauea, and that is a pretty awesome sight, and we love it. Anyway, Brian Rock Railfan saying bye for today, everyone, on this live stream. Take care there, Brian, and thanks for popping in, and all cool. Okay, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you are enjoying the show and you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop if you can. Also, if you're sitting on the outside, we do have subscriber mode only on, and of course that's to keep the riffraff out. We don't need any of those pornography things in here or anything like that. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do consider it, and hit that bell notification while you're there. Just want to add, this is a zero tolerance channel for any of bad or foul language. We don't permit it here. We'd like to keep this clean. We do have some people viewing these streams for our wonderful school systems, and we want to keep that on there and keep it clean and keep everyone happy. So On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in very cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. I'll be back. And there we go. I've got the microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you guys on board. And I see a few more new names in here. The Swedish Beard has come upon us. Welcome. And Timothy Azores also back. Welcome. And let's see, Tom Winter also made it in. Welcome. Silicone Avatar 84. Good to have you on board. And Ola, and good night to George Couteau. And thanks for stopping in, George. Appreciate it. And I think we're good with the names for right now. So all excellent. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Kevin Haynes and Sue. And thank you, Sue. I got that. And Sasha and Kananaska's country, and Kevin and Swedish Beard, of course. And let's see, did I miss anyone? I hear you, Sharon Stewart. No, hang on, that's not what it says. I hear you, Dr. Fox. What? No lewd? No, don't be lewd or rude. We don't like those things. Keep the language all clean and we're all good. And thank you, Mona Alfano. I do appreciate that. And thanks, Sharon. Anyway, I did want to bring that up. Sue did us a wonderful favor. And I am going to see where the heck I hid that map. And I know I just clicked on it and tried to get it in there. But she did send us a nice map, and for the life of me, I don't recall what. I think this is the one, and we'll bring that up and see if we can get that on the screen. Oh, hang on, this might be the wrong one. That's the one from the 28th, so that's not going to work. Okay, and we can use that as a comparison, though. Let's see what we've got on the other one. I do have that in here as well. And where did that go? Mauna Loa. Mauna Loa, where are you? Oh my god, I've lost Mauna Loa. There it is, a lava map, a 01. And this is the new one. So that is what they've provided for us. And you can definitely see there was the initial lava outburst. And there you can see the flows to the northeast, and then it did turn and is heading to the northwest. And if you take a look, there you can see the road, and that is Saddle Road, and that is kind of where it is popping over to in that direction. But as I mentioned, this is a flatter terrain, so we're going to see that fan out somewhat before it gets there. But that is the observatory road. This is where it has, this is right here, observatory road. And observatory sits right there. And this is the two intersections here where it has crossed that road. So only way in right now is helicopter over here, unless you want to walk all the way around. But I don't think they pay those guys enough to do that. Anyway, that is a relatively decent comparison between the 2 days and our, the two different maps. And of course, that is the original one from the 28th. And then this is the new one, of course. So that is what we're seeing. And these are where the fissures are. And that is where the lava is coming from, is at this point, and pouring out, and it's going down the hill. So lots of lava, and like I said, once it gets down here a little more, it's going to fan out a little bit more, and not sure exactly where it's going to hit, but you can see it's close to that corner here. So wherever that intersection is, that'll be interesting to see. Anyway, can you put them side by side? I can. Let's see if hang on, I'm trying to move it. Why is that not moving? Okay, there, and then the other one is kind of a oddball size though. There we get the other one, and it really isn't because they're slightly different shapes the way they've cut them. I can't really tell exactly the positioning, but that shows you where the fissures are anyway, and pretty cool seeing the lava flow. So from this one right there, oh sorry, that's that spot right here, and we see more coming out from here. Or is that, yeah, that might be this one now, and this is a newer one. Looking at the distance in between here, yeah, I think it is too. So this was the original one, and this is a new one happening there with not as much lava. But if this one does continue and get bigger, we'll see that flow also make a third intersection of the observatory road, and possibly a fourth one, depending on how that flow propagates down that hill. So pretty cool. It gives us an idea of the terrain. Yeah, it certainly does, and you can definitely see the gradient lines here of elevation. So it has moved down to what is this, 10,000, so 9, 8, 7, a 7,000 foot mark already on that volcano. So it is heading downward. Sorry, you can't see the mouse. No, the mouse is hidden when we show JPEGs, unfortunately. I have to use crayons if that's the case, but you can count the marks there anyway on your own. And of course, this is available at the USGS site. That'll be all cool. Okay, and we'll turn those off. I'll see if we can get more of those updated maps. And thanks, Sue, for sending me that. I'll definitely be trying that out tomorrow before the stream, so we can get it uploaded and go from there. Anyway, we were working on earthquakes around the world, so let's take a look and see what we've got. And things are actually, you know, all in all, fairly quiet. Let's start out here, Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We do see these older ones here from the Reagan's Ridge from the 29th, 2 days ago now, and that was a 5.5 there, and a couple down here, 5.9, and the other one was a 4.8 there at the Azores. We do have this guy here, 5.4, central Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and that is from 4:02 a.m. 10 kilometers down for it. Nothing super huge. Looking at North American coast here, not bad. The stuff up here in northern Alberta has subsided, and apparently that article I read today had a lot of stuff on earthquakes that we don't know about and aren't really being registered. So thank you, Canada. Anyway, there we have this guy down in Panama, 5.1, and that was 38.2 kilometers down, 6:30 a.m. Their time, or our time, one of the two, but thereabouts. Ecuador, 4.2 from yesterday, 23:52, 10 kilometers down. And we see one down here in Chile, 4.3, and that was from 6:59, 111.4 kilometers down. We get over here, and they don't show any more bigger ones there on Taupo, and that is okay. Things have quietened down. We see another one out here on Kermadec Ridge, 4.8, and that is 5:48 a.m., and that is 10 kilometers down for that guy. These are Fiji, or yeah, Fiji. I guess if they're on that side of the ridge, they're Tonga. 1519 was the time on that, 4.5 from 573 kilometers down. And Mona Alfano says, going to a Vegas show. Thanks for the show, Dr. Fox and mods. Good night, all. Good night, Mona Alfano, and enjoy your Vegas show. That'll be awesome. And hopefully it's something cool. Anyway, that 4.5 Fiji, 2:05 a.m., 528 kilometers down. Then we have this one, definitely a Tonga area 4.6 from 110, 195.4 kilometers down for that one. And this guy also in the Tonga area 4.7, 3:39 a.m., 18 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding over a bit more, we do have this one here in Vanuatu, 4.5 from 11:01, 9.6 clicks down. Papua New Guinea, 4.9, 33.6 kilometers down, 6:07 a.m. Here in the Indonesian islands, 4.2, and that was yesterday's at 23:55. Then we have a bigger one over here, 5.1, and that was 10 kilometers down, 1:29 a.m. for that. And going a little further north, 4.6 in the Philippines, bottom end, and that is 67.4 kilometers down. Don't see anything else on the main body, and we do see up here, though, in Japan, or just off the coast, 4.9. And that is yesterday's from 21:54, and sliding up here a little bit more, 4.9 in the Kuril Islands up there in Kamchatka. Let's see, what did I have? Shivalish is producing ash plumes up to flight level 120. Or 12,000 feet if you are not an aviator, and that is fairly far up. Don't have anything else on that right now. And let's grab this guy real quick, 4.2, and that is in Iran, and that is 16:29 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down for him. And of course, these, if they continue to push, they will continue to do their thing here in the, of course, the Arabian plate, microplate, is pushing the Anatolian microplate, which is curving around a little bit, and it's pushing against the Aegean microplate. We'll look at the quakes there in a second. I just want to see, yeah, nothing else to report anywhere else. Let's pop over to the other map. And I am actually going to refresh this so we can have a better look at that and see what is still out there. And we'll zoom in and kind of give you an idea of what's going on. Let's zoom out by one. Anyway, you do see that over there where those quakes are happening. They also had some smaller ones, 3.6 in Iran as well, and 4.5 that wasn't registered by USGS. So that is there, and that again is on the Arabian plate. We do see a 3.0 up here by Mosul. And then, of course, we see some other ones out here, 3.5 in Azerbaijan. And that is, of course, interesting to see. That's yesterday's. And then we see a more push here in Turkey. And that is yesterday's as well, 3.66 kilometers down for that guy. So the top of the Anatolian plate is kind of curving around and pushing against the Aegean plate, which starts right around here where all this crinkly stuff is. But Piggy did have some little quakes in her area. Of course, Piggy is on the island of Kos. And there is this guy here, 2.8. That is in Turkey yesterday, 14 was the time on 8 kilometers down. And then there's a little group down here, which is really not very far away from Piggy, 3.2. She would have definitely felt that this morning at 2:15 a.m., 7 kilometers down for that. These were a little bit smaller. Whoop, that's the 2.8 again. All right, 2.7, 2.8. 8 kilometers down. That is yesterday's at 23:02. This one is at 2 days ago. No, yesterday's at 19:40, 19:34. 4 kilometers down. This one was 3.2. Yeah, at 2:15. So that would likely have woken Piggy up a little bit since things are shaken. But that is the island of Kos where she is, and hopefully everything is okay. We do see others, other quakes here. Of course, this is all part of the Aegean plate or microplate, 3.0 for that guy a couple days ago, and then we do see that little swarm right there. Not going to get into all of them; they're older already, so we'll leave them be. And we do see one little quake over here, and that was on yesterday's clock from 1743, Sicily, 2.3 in magnitude, and that may be indicating more magma on the move for good old Mount Etna. Anyway, 127 kilometers down for that. That's going to take a couple days to get up to the surface. We also see that extra little swarm over here, kind of an odd place, 3.5 from today, brand new. 2:14 is the time on that. One of these yesterday's from 1:01 a.m. for him. And this one is 2.3 from yesterday at 20:56. Just as a samples here, we're not going to nail all of them. 2.4 from yesterday at 20:59, 10 clicks down. So that is interesting to see all those, and also all of these up here in the Alps. This is actually quite interesting. I didn't realize there were that many in there. While we're looking at this map, where it doesn't indicate anything around Iceland, but it does have a couple out here by Svalbard, and I did see these earlier. That is from yesterday, 46 minutes after midnight, 15 kilometers down, 2.4, and then a couple of little guys here, 2.9 from 2 days ago, and 2.5 from 2 days ago. So I'll leave that, and thank you for letting me know it is break time. We will leave that now. After we come back, we will go to the Canary Islands, have a very quick look. And actually, let's do that now, because I already know what the Canary Islands is doing, unless something has happened in the last 30 seconds. And I can sum this up and wrap it up really quickly. There you go. Yeah. 2 days ago, 3 days ago now, is when that quake came in, 12 kilometers down. And that is it. So that was easy, wasn't it? This one here from 2 days ago, 3.4. And then we had this guy here from technically today at 9:21. And that was 40 kilometers down for that guy. So that is part of the East Azores fault, and that is where that ended up. All right, putting it back on this map, it is time for a break. So let's get you back to some lavely lava. Let's try that stream. There we go. That, of course, is footage from our wonderful two pineapples, Lou and Anna. And they, by the way, they've gotten over 12,000 subscribers now. So kudos to them, and we really do appreciate them doing their thing, and we wish them all the best success. And on that note, I'm your host, Dr. Fox2000. We're going to take a break. After the break, I will come back and have a quick peek at our volcano map around the world, SO2, and we'll get into the weather. So we'll try to shorten this stream a little bit today. Yesterday we were about 4.5 hours, so I will be back. Don't go away, keep smiling, and play nice in the lava. Don't hurt yourselves. I'm your host, Dr. Fox2000. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet, and subscribe if you feel we've earned it, and I'll be back. Thanks. And I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. And Kimmy, why are you taking off? You just got here. Kimmy Lambert, welcome. And don't go away yet. We got more show to do. So, thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Mars 2028 and Cananesca's Country, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. So all good there. Thank you, guys, for the welcome backs and stuff. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Sorry, I had to cough. I don't know why. Maybe I got frogs in my throat. I don't know. Not at the end of the stream yet, Kimmy. And no, we're not there yet. We are closer, though. We are getting there. Thanks, Grandma B. And Grandma B dancing back in. And Alan Coker, thanks for stopping in as well. And all good. And thanks, Sue. Appreciate that. All right, let's get over to the map. Oh, hang on, what we got going on here? Let's get to this map. I like Lindorf chocolates, by the way, but we'll leave those commercials be. Volcano map, I did refresh it. We just want to take a quick peek at it, and then I get over to our, yeah, chocolate. Never mind. Okay, our two here in Iceland still there. Our two in, of course, the Azores are still doing their thing. We still have a microvolcano down in South Sandwich Islands. They are indicating that larger quake there. South America is still pretty much the same. Nothing new or no changes that I could see. And Central America, we still have our good group. San Miguel is, of course, an orange, and hopefully that'll continue. Fuego, of course, a red, and the rest of the guys. Popocatepetl, of course, a red as well. And definitely in Hawaii, we see Mauna Loa and Kilauea indicated as both as red volcanoes. And what happened to Taupo? Taupor. I tried to listen to that today to try to get the pronunciation the way they say it down there. And Grenzed will probably get me on this because I tried. I listened and I tried to say it the way they were saying it. And Taupor. And yeah, practice. I gotta speak Kiwi. It's the Kiwi language, and it is interesting. They have a totally different accent than the Australians, and that is something I noticed. So pretty cool. Anyway, I'm surprised it is a yellow. A Maori name. Okay, a Maori. I don't even know how to say that. 6 more to 140. Thank you, Grandma B. Anyway, we do not see it as an orange, so I'm gonna wonder what's going on. Maybe they've backed off and said it's gonna be okay. Tofua and Home Reef are still showing in Tonga. Then, of course, the Azure, Eoba, and of course Gawa there in Vanuatu. All the regular guys over in Papua New Guinea. Nothing really changed here in the Indonesian area. Luolatok are still there. Raung, Semeru, Merapi, and Jakarta, of course. Ibu, Dekono. And then as we go up, we really don't see too much more action from Bulusan and Mayon. Taal still an orange, but we're not seeing any real heavy activity. This was the one I had that picture of a high eye, and I was supposed to show that yesterday, and that wasn't it. Hang on, I've got it here somewhere. Click on the right thing and we will get to it. And by the way, that wonderful shot, oh, I closed it. Darn it, I should have had it. This is what we see of Pavlov, 1 star. Yeah, that's just so you know. We're not trying to hide it or anything like that. Very, very low light up there. So that looks dark out, Dr. Fox. It is, and that is what we've got. I'm trying to find where I put that, though. I did have it in here. I had it loaded up on this one. What the heck happened to it? Okay, anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's go back to the map. We'll find it, and we'll continue on. Yeah, there was one spot on that screen. That is all we've seen. One little tiny star. Anyway, I'm trying to get myself back to the right map here. There we go. And going up the Japanese coast, we don't see anything new. And of course, here we got our trio, and then the 4 on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Nothing new happening there. All good. And when we zoom out, we still see Erebus down on the bottom. Heard Island, Volcano, of course, and Piton, and Del La Formes, and Reunion Island doing its thing. And of course, our other friends here in Africa still pretty normal. And then szooming in, Etna still showing as an orange. I'm waiting for that to turn red, please. And Volcano and Stromboli, of course, and I can't be up there. So that's our volcano map around the world. For those people who are not familiar with these, what we do every once in a while is just show you where the ring of fire actually is, which is all the way around here. And that is the ring of fire around the Pacific Rim. And yes, there are over, but there's about 1,400 volcanoes on there. And right now we've only got, I think, 27 of them erupting around the planet. So that is pretty calm, pretty quiet for the most part. But that is what we've got. So this is without showing all the quiet ones. Sorry, I got a hiccup. And that's pretty good. And global seismicity right now, looking at how much of a level we have. I didn't refresh that for today. Let's see what we've got. There we go. Squeezed in another little 5.9 or something thereabouts. So nothing really major happening right now on the planet. It has calmed a bunch, and it was busy in September, but then I got a little busier here, and I guess about the start of the second week in November, and been pretty quiet. We're due for another shaker, something larger. So when we take a look at the time span here, so I think it's time to see another larger quake. GNS expects Taupo volcano earthquake. A swarm will slow down, calm away again. Okay, people I know near the lake not sleeping well. And Grenzed, I can understand that. One of the things that when I was watching those news articles, I found it quite interesting. When they were talking about the what I refer to as baby tsunamis from the lake, Taupo Lake, where they had that larger quake. And they did actually have some boat damage and some water going up on the shores as it's sloshing back and forth in there. So, yeah, little tide marks, etc. Yeah, you got it. And even some crabs or lobster-like things that they had wandering around after that. Poor guy got thrown out of the water. It was so rough. But anyway, let's go over to our SO2 map, and we're going to do a refresh on it. to see what it is like right now. That was from earlier today. And this is what that plume is doing now. And that is the SO2 coming from our Mauna Loa. And there you see it going all the way across and heading into the Atlantic Ocean. And that is just wild. And seeing that go up and nailing Newfoundland up here. But going all the way across Mexico and the U.S., so Texas, seeing higher levels, and a portion of Arizona also getting that. So they will probably have some funky colored, really funky colored sunsets in the next couple of days from all this SO2 and in the air. It'll be like what we seen when Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai went off and did all its SO2. The skies in the Philippine, Indonesian areas were all that reddish color. So sunsets, and the best sunsets I've ever seen in the world, of course, are from Phoenix, Arizona. And Arizona is beautiful for sunsets. And this will probably really crank things up for the skies. But Phoenix, I don't think is right in there yet. It's kind of avoiding Phoenix a little bit. I'm sure on the outskirts or down a bit further down in Tucson, we'll see some, or just head across the border into Mexico. You'll see somewhere southern California. I'm sure that that is not good. Anyway, they'll get a nice sunset, but the air quality is what you got to think about, and that is not a good thing. Anyway, looking at northern portions of Canada, not bad. Then the Canadian provinces, a little bit heavier in SO2, but nothing too unbearable. But it seems to be covering quite a bit of the land. Quebec seems to be the place where there's the least right now, and we even see it going out here. Well, Newfoundland getting that stream going right across. Not so much here in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, so they're a little bit easier there, but sliding down into South America, not so bad. We do see the wind currents pulling everything out from Ecuador and Colombia for the most part, and dumping it into the Pacific. We do see that pluming, though. The other wind currents are pulling that into Brazil. And looking in Chile, they are way down in SO2 production, which is a good thing. And let's slide over to New Zealand really quickly. And there is our wonderful New Zealand. And the perpetrator here is White Isle Volcano doing its thing, throwing off a lot of gas. Going out here, we see this darker area, of course, is from Tofua, out here in Tonga, and possibly some gas coming from Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai as well. Our two here, Yasur and Aoba, are the two culprits in Vanuatu, and looks like Leo didn't invite us for the barbecue. I'm kidding. Anyway, that is coming from the refineries near Melbourne, and that is where that SO2 is from, and the coking plants here north of Sydney for that. And then pretty normal for volcanic stuff there in Solomon Islands, as well as bottom end of Papua New Guinea. Luolatak continuing right there. Semeru, lots of output from Semeru. And Raun, not so much. Neither is Merapi or Krakatau. Most of that over here is Jakarta itself. And sliding up a little bit more, we do see Ibu and Dakono still working together to make those plumes. And not as bad there in our wonderful Philippines here, where you have Mayon and Bulusan doing their thing. And of course, looking here, that's Manila, but Taal Lake right there. And that is what we've got. NASA spaceflight cameras at Starbase, Texas might catch some of those weird sunsets live. I'm hoping on Mars 2028, that would be cool. Big thank you to you, all the moderators in the lounge. Thanks for being there, Dr. Fox. Good night, Kananaskis country. And hopefully you'll have a good evening. Anyway, a little easier from Taiwan today. And looking at down on the bottom end, we don't see as much coming from Suwanoshi-jima. Sakurajima, though, still fairly heavy spot, considering it has been active again. And China, of course, doing its thing. And up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, very, very hard to tell what's coming from our trio. And then the other four here, it is really not as much when you compare it to what is coming off of just the pollution there in China. And of course India getting the same thing, lots of pollution. A little bit from, well, that doesn't look like it's from Reunion Island. This is Reunion Island. That is the other one. So they are making their own pollution there. And the stuff that normally comes out into the Indian Ocean is staying on land. And Botswana is feeling the pains of South American SO2 plumes for the most part. DR Congo still doing their thing. I'm not able to see where Urta Ale is because of the wind currents and a lot of SO2 in that area. These are oil refineries, of course, creating those. And looking at Mount Etna real quick. We do see that it is continuing, and not so much coming from Stromboli or Volcano, but most of it here is Mount Etna right now. So that's something to consider, and hopefully it won't be too bad. Lots of SO2 in most of Europe. Ireland seems to be a clear spot, a little bit cleaner in Denmark as well, and we see Sweden and Norway not bad. The bottom end of Finland getting nailed. And Iceland, of course, very clean looking. So that is pretty good. And what we've got now is the weather map. So we're going to go to that one right away. Actually, I'm probably going to need to take another break here. I do see it is very close to break time. And let's see if it is break time. I'm just going to bring that up. Yeah, it is. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to take a quick break, you guys. I need to. My throat is starting to really feel it. And anyway, for those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, by all means, give that like button a quick bop. We're going to put you back on some lava from this morning from Mauna Loa, from our good friends Two Pineapples. And there we go. That is on the screen. Throw that music back on, and I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't forget to hit the like button. I'll be back. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And good night, Nancy Buchanan. If you can, keep your eyes open, get some sleep. That's the best advice I've got. And be safe, be kind, and take care of yourself. Make sure you say I love you to your loved ones before you go to sleep. And that'll be awesome. And thank you for the welcome backs from Kananaskis Country and Sue Hayes. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. And that is all cool. Okay, so you've seen our wonderful friends Lou and Anna on the screen there a couple of minutes ago. And that is awesome. And we really do appreciate them taking the time and effort to get out there and view the lovely lava flows that are coming down the hill from our wonderful Mauna Loa. So pretty awesome. And yes, I had to take a drink there, otherwise my throat's not going to make it through this. Anyway, it is time to go take a look at the icy lava. Yes, I do too. It is lavely lava. And those fountains, they don't quite look as big as they were yesterday. And that is what we had. So something yesterday, they were going between 100 and 200 feet. And I don't think they're quite as tall today. And maybe it's just me. This is right on tonight, Dr. Fox, thank you. Okay, Drox, and tonight Drox. Okay, got it. 135, that's excellent. Thanks you, Grenzed. Appreciate that. And anyway, let's go do the weather real quick, and let's get over there and get it done. So thank you for everyone being here, and let's get at this. So I did refresh this. It is cold looking in North America. One of the things that has changed though is that big wow that we had down here, and the starting to break. We're starting to see some warmer air push back into the United States. But we are still seeing bitterly cold temperatures here in our Alaska. A little bit warmer on the coastal areas, but going in a little bit more, we see the Yukon, Northwest Territories, and none of it being temperatures that we don't dare want to be in. There's a minus 50 degrees Celsius up there, right there on that map already. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we don't want. And the minus 50 is a bunch of places up there. So very, very cold up in the north. Seeing what's in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and most of Manitoba, and even into northern Ontario, you do see those cold temps. And they are not going to come out or leave for a while. It'll start to warm up by Sunday or Monday, perhaps. So a reprieve on the way, but still very, very cold. It's saying a minus 27 C right here, right now. I don't believe it's quite that cold, but hey, it's going to get down to that for sure. Winnipeg only a minus 10. That's a little warmer. We see around the Great Lakes, of course, a lot warmer. Yep, that Arctic blast, not good. Minus 1, minus 2 in Toronto, and going down, we see that they are in minus temperatures for the most part around the bottom end, or panhandle, if you will. Looking at what we see here, Quebec coming in at 7, Montreal at 2, and up here in northern Quebec, very cold. We do see the coastal areas here of Labrador a little bit warmer, and the same thing goes for Newfoundland out here, 7 degrees, but I bet you they're going to pay the price for that. Looking at what we've got here in New Brunswick, 6-7 degrees, and then you can see the cut line there, and then it warms up just a little bit there in the bottom end. And looking at, I bet you it's about 0 degrees right now. Sue isn't there, but I'm sure she'll bring up Cole Harbor in a second. But I'm guessing it's going to be 0 degrees in Cole Harbor. Oh, Sue's doing it now. And we'll see. Is my 0 right that I see there? I'm guessing. And we'll see. 1 degree Celsius. Oh, that's excellent. At least you can keep that palm tree warm and save it. Anyway, looking at the northwestern portions of the United States, fairly cold. Actually, warmed up a little bit from what it was, though. What we were seeing there in Yellowstone, it's not quite as cold as it is or was yesterday, so really good there. Portland only making it to about 3 or 4 today, and we'll take a look at San Jose, about 8 degrees Celsius, Fresno 8, Sacramento 7, and going down to LA, seeing 12 degrees, and that is pretty cold for them. Mexicali only making it for 15 degrees today. Poor palm trees, almost dead. Can't do cold winters. No, they don't. They don't like it. They're like me. They want to be warm. Anyway, Death Valley is probably coming in at about 15 or 17 degrees. Yeah, almost had it there, Sue. That was pretty cool. Close. Anyway, that is what we've got there. Las Vegas, about 10 degrees Celsius right now, 50 Fahrenheit, and we got 15 Celsius. There are 16 in Phoenix, Death Valley. All right, we'll see what it says. 17 degrees. Yep, so a little bit warmer. That's doable with a t-shirt, without a doubt. That's not bad weather. When you compare it to here, it's t-shirt weather. Tucson coming in at 16, 17. Tablet, I can't use this pen. Don't use a pen on the tablet. That is not good for it. New Mexico, we see a lot of these areas are in the single digits as far as Celsius scale. It's not until we get down on the bottom end of Texas where we see things a little warmer, but even there, the warmest is about 19 degrees, so not overly warm at all in Texas tonight. 13 in Houston, Austin 11, San Antonio 10, Dallas coming in at 11, so not so good. Oklahoma City about 7, sliding over, and looking at New Orleans only 8 degrees. Mobile, Alabama 8 or 9 degrees. Tallahassee coming in a little warmer at 9, and looking pretty cold for the most part. Even Atlanta is only 5 degrees Celsius. Is anyone wishing for a white Christmas? Maybe that's what's going on. Anyway, down on the bottom end of our wonderful of Florida down here, 25, 26 is the maximum they reach right now, and sliding up single digits, down in the low single digits in South Carolina. Same with North Carolina. Grandma B's house, about 0 degrees, freezing point. Grandma B, I hope you stay warm. And looking a little further out, Virginia Beach, 6, seeing up there in New York, 2 degrees, and Boston coming in at about 1 or 2 as well. Halifax, of course, was 0. And looking at Mexico, not as warm as it could be, but they are starting to warm up again. Mazatlan, 22, 23 degrees. a little bit warmer on the bottom end of the Baja, but the northern portion is still very cold. Getting around here, we do see some places are fairly warm, but not that much. Mexico City only coming in at 14 degrees right now. Cancun only made it to 26 today, and sliding through Central America and that region, it's about the same temperatures. Looks like right here in Colombia, we've got some 27, 28 degrees right there. A little warmer, but that's okay. Got to remember, these are nighttime temperatures now, or early night anyway. Looking at what we see in Brazil and the Amazon, looking not bad for the most part. They've got fairly comfortable temperatures. Rio de Janeiro coming in about 23 right now, and then of course about 22 over in Sao Paulo. Buenos Aires coming in at about 19, and that is about comparable to what we see in Uruguay, up to 23, but for the most part around those temperatures. We do see some warmer areas in Argentina as well, but still very cold up in the mountains, and the warmest place is probably there in Paraguay, maybe up here in Peru, 29 up in some places. So that's the heat wave for over there. Let's take a look at New Zealand, and we need to borrow some of this for New Zealand. We'll just slide it over here a little bit and warm them up. They are too cold, and that is not good. Looking at what we've got here, Christchurch only making it to 12 degrees, and Wellington making it about 13. And we do see some warmer spots, but that is a slim pickings for the most part. 16 in Hastings, going up to Auckland, up in the top here, we'll see about 18. So not bad. What's this? Rotorua? 18, if I said it right. I hope I didn't butcher it too bad. Anyway, that is what we've got there. Tasmania, a whole bunch warmer today. Hobart making it to 18 degrees. That high is friendly in keeping that warm air coming down. Melbourne coming in at about 20, 21 degrees. Adelaide a little bit warmer, I think, about 23. Sydney making it up only to about 19 degrees. Brisbane, a fair day at 24, but probably getting more rain from this low system right there. And looking at what's going on here, we found our hot spot for today, 42 degrees in the outback, and that is pretty awesome, unless there's something a little warmer up here. 42 degrees Celsius is plenty warm, and we don't see anything else that is higher. So yep, Australia, if you want heat, that's where you need to go. And of course, looking at our Indonesian Rotorua, got it right, thanks Grenzed. And looking at these areas here, pretty standard for today. I'm guessing 28, 29 there, and 31 for Bangkok, and 70% relative humidity. That's awesome. Thank you, Sue. And of course, Manila coming in at about 31, 32 degrees today as well. Sliding up to Japan, things get colder really quickly, and bottom end of Japan right now, 10, 11 degrees, and the rest is colder for the most part. We see at 11 in Tokyo, a little bit out here at the coast here, maybe 12 or 13, but that is right on the coast. The rest of it really cold, and maybe some snow up in the northern portions of Japan as well. I'm amazed how much snow they get up here, and some of those snowfalls they have we think we get a lot here. They measure it in meters, not in centimeters, okay? How many meters of snow did you get last night? Oh, only 4. Nice day. Anyway, there we see our Kamchatka Peninsula doing its thing, and again, very cold up in the Siberian confines up there in Russia. Northern portion of our Indian area, India, a little cooler, but down in the south still quite warm, 25, 26 in Sri Lanka, and most of the bottom portion quite nice temperature-wise. And looking at Madagascar, still holding some good temperatures in as well. Beautiful to see that, 24, 25, 27 in some spots. And South Africa, real quick, Cape Town making it back to 16. And seeing what we've got here, Central America, or Central Africa, I should say, pretty standard temperatures. It's starting to, that warmth is starting to push back up here, trying to fight off that cold. Saudi Arabia only making it to about 23 right now. Yemen a lot colder, and Oman, same thing, down depending on where you are, but from about 21 degrees down to about 17 degrees. UAE, not too warm, 17 to about 22 as well there. And a quick peek at Turkey, eastern portions are very cold, and looking at about 4 degrees there. Istanbul at about 11. Quick peek and see what Piggy's temperature is, 16, 17 degrees on the island of Kos. We'll see if we can bring that up. And why do I keep hitting the B instead of the N? All right, maybe I should use my right hand. Yeah. Anyway, that is for Kos. We'll see what the temperature is there for Piggy. Hopefully she has a good day. 16 degrees Celsius right now, and it's the wee hours of the morning, so to be expected. That's not bad for nighttime temps. And looking at what we see in Chile, or sorry, not Chile, Sicily. How about that at Chile? It's chilly in Sicily. But if you go to Sicily, you can get chili. No? Do they serve chili in Sicily? I'll have to ask Yvonne that tomorrow. That'll be something interesting. Anyway, we will see what happens. David Gaspar, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Digital Dreamer also here. Aloha. And you're coming in at the latter part of the show. Also, LR, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And anyway, we see what's happening there in Italy. Quite cold. Milano only making it to about 3. When we go to Rome, 7. Naples about 8. So I'm not sure how Yvonne is going to do tomorrow. She did pack her snow boots because Mount Etna is full of snow. Anyway, a new Irish monkland, aka Sardinia, in kind of a cold state as well, as things continue there in the mid to high single digits for the most part. Some coastal areas a little bit warmer. And looking at Spain, up in the northern half, not so warm. Southern half doing okay with single digits on the positive side, and looks like most of Portugal also doing pretty good with those temperatures. We do see some colder stuff along the coast of France here, and also in the bottom, and well, the French Alp area definitely a lot colder. Moving into Germany real quick, 1 degree in Munich. We see a 0 at Frankfurt, and Cologne coming in at 4. Berlin only at 1 or 0, and 1 in Hamburg. Looking at England real quick, London making it to 3 or 4 degrees, Plymouth holding in at 6. Looks like a little colder in Wales and a little warmer up top. Aberdeen at 9 degrees and Glasgow making it only to about 5 or 6. Looking at Dublin real quick, about 6 as well. And then we take a look over here where Irish Monk comes from, and about 6 or 7 degrees there in Doolin. Looking at Denmark real quick, Copenhagen about 4 degrees. That's more than I thought it'd be. And Aarhus, if I said that right, Aarhus, 2 degrees. Anyway, Stockholm only 1 degree, Oslo coming in at 0, Riga over here -5, St. Petersburg is -9, and out here in Moscow, -17. And looking at Iceland real quick, and of course Reykjavik coming in, according to this map, about 5 degrees, and we likely will have about 5 or 6 degrees at our wonderful volcano Ragnar, who is a mod here besides a Nightbot. Most of our mods are hiding in the background, but what is it that you need, David? I can help you out if you need something specific. And Kramos, welcome from Chile. Glad to have you on board. And burned in Paley's hair. Who's burning Paley's hair? And there's a moderator right there, Arizona Snowman. That's one of the moderators. Welcome, Arizona. Glad to see you there. Okay, just checking. Well, we have them in the background. They are dangerous people otherwise. They're fantastic people, and they just let the people chat. That's what it's all about, right? So that is really, really cool. Anyway, there is kind of the temperatures. Let's take a quick look at precipitation and see that northern Canada not as bad, even Alaska not quite as much snow. We do see here in the Bering Straits that they're getting some ice rain. Northern British Columbia does have some snow, as well as up in the Yukon and little bits here and there in Northwest Territories. And of course, well, we'll not talk about none of it. And the northern portions of Quebec, Baffin Island getting a bunch of snow up there as well. And with the warmer temperatures, of course, that they are getting over here near Winnipeg, we do see that snowstorm that gave us a bunch of snow is heading right there. Northern Ontario also getting some snow, and then looks like around the Lake Superior here, a little bit of snow there as well, all the way over to Sudbury. So pretty neat there. And sliding up the St. Lawrence Seaway, we see Quebec, quite a bit of snow happening there, and not as much in New Brunswick. A little bit of snow there in Nova Scotia. So, yep, Sue, keep that palm tree warm. And here's that warmer weather, but that warmer weather comes with lots of rain packed into it, and that is turning into snow the further up it goes. And that's that low up top there. That low was in Hudson's Bay. It's moved out a little bit. Let's take a look here, Central America. Well, actually, let's look at the U.S. first. We do see some rain coming into California. Now, that is a little bit weird, and that we're seeing that plume, and I'm sure that is the edge of where that SO2 is. So the SO2 is being wiped out a little bit by this rain, keeping it washed out of the atmosphere. We do see some stuff here in Northern California, some ice rain some snow up here in Oregon as well, and some ice rain. And going into northern portions of Nevada, there's some snow up there. Going into Idaho as well. Little tiny bits there in Utah, and maybe the occasional snow happening there in Yellowstone. And of course, Montana getting a little bit of snow there. Sliding along, looking at Texas, not too much there. Down here, Corpus Christi, that smaller storm, not so bad. And looking at what we've got down on the bottom end of Florida, nothing super crazy going on there. And looks like the most of the rest of the eastern portions of the U.S. are okay. Sliding down through Central America, hey, what do you expect? Storm, storm, storm. And a bunch of highs and lows mixed together. Rainforest areas in Brazil getting rained on, and we're not going to spend too much time there. We see this system, the big high here, causing the stuff buffering against the continent, and this one is moving away from it. So quite wet down here on the bottom end of Chile, and moving to New Zealand. And there we see a bunch of water going in there, raining in the South Island, and even the south end of the North Island. They do have that low way out here, and there's that other low up here. Don't know where that's going to go yet. This high, of course, keeping Tasmania dry, and most of the bottom portions we see just some hit and miss rain right along the coast, but not anything too bad. Looks like Brisbane is dry, and the hot areas over here are all staying dry as well. Looking at what we see in our Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia, those areas, typical storms this time of year. I don't know if this map will show it fairly well, but it does in a way. You take a look at the flow here and the way it comes across, and that is almost a triangular shape, and there's upwelling of colder water in this area, and it's a phenomena called La Nina. La Nina, and not El Nino, but La Nina. And the cold water upwells here, and it causes the circulation to kind of reverse, and most of the moisture is being pushed over, so that's what we're going to get over here on this side of the planet. Sliding up a little bit more, looking at Japan, we do see here some storms out in the water. Yellow Sea, it's got some snow dropping in it, same as the Sea of Japan, and the western side of Japan getting snow. Kamchatka Peninsula, west side, also getting some snow there, and up here in the northeastern portions. And we already covered that, so that's okay. Sliding over a little bit more. We do see India looks fairly dry, some fog up there. Sri Lanka down on the bottom end, and the coastal areas getting some moisture. A little bit of rain here in Madagascar, and a couple spots in South Africa, not anything major. And of course, this is the rainy season for these guys, so we will see some storms and stuff like that in the Central African region. And this is pretty neat. High there, high there, high there, low there, high there, high there, just all lined up across here. And then you look at the top, high there, and low over here. But pretty neat. And let's see, is it raining for Piggy? Yep, should have rain on the island of Kos for her. And of course we see there in Turkey a little bit of rain on that end, and then of course also over here a lot of rain dropping. So actually that doesn't look too bad. Going to Sicily, not so bad there. Same thing with most of Italy, with the exception of the northeastern corner here, is a little bit on the rainy and snowy side. Looking at the rest of what we see in Sicily, just a tiny corner getting some droplets there, and Sardinia, or New Irish Monkland, is getting some rain around the coastal areas. The same thing with Spain on the coast over on the eastern side. We do see this snow down here for Morocco, and sliding up. Some fog in France. We have fog in the bottom end of Germany, and Leipzig is getting some snow, and maybe even in Berlin and Hamburg for the most part, but that looks like rain-snow mix. No snow up in Denmark, which is all good, and we see, of course, Sweden and Finland getting some snow, and Norway looks okay today. Very foggy in England, and they tell me you can cut that with a butter knife, it's so thick. So that is a very thick fog, but we're not seeing any of that out in Ireland, little bits in Scotland, and taking a look at Iceland itself, seeing what we've got there. Snow, 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 snow. Yep, we got a bunch of snow happening there in Iceland, and some rain showers as well. So coffee. Oh, everybody wants a coffee. What the heck was going on here? Did I miss something? Oh. I remember that guy. No worries, Arizona Snowman. Thank you. Coffee. Yeah, we need coffee rather than snow. Anyway, that is it for our wonderful weather. Only thing left is to find the coldest temperatures on the planet. And we'll have a quick peek down here at the South Pole region and see what we find. And I'm betting dollars to donuts we barely hit minus 40 down here. And that is probably what we're going to see. Minus 39, and I seen a minus 40 a little while ago, so that's why I'm figuring it's a minus 40. I'm seeing mostly minus 39s, but I'm sure, there's a minus 40, and yeah, so that is good. All right, I'm going to leave it at minus 40 for Antarctica. And now we'll take a look up here in Russia, and we'll find where the coldest spot is, and we'll see what we've got in Siberia. Cold in Siberia, and not seeing too many really cold spots. I think the cold area for North America is going to be the place to go. And let's see, yeah, I'm only seeing a minus 43 over there. Anything else colder? We'll take a look. There's got to be colder stuff in here. It's got to be minus 50 almost. All right, I'm going to kind of leave this area be. Minus 43 is what I'm seeing, and usually it's out here by this river where we see it really, really cold, and I'm surprised we're not seeing that today. Anyway, minus 43 for there. Let's take a look at the northern portions of Canada, and eat your heart out. Minus 51 I seen right there. That didn't take long, and that was right in here somewhere, and there it is, minus 51 degrees Celsius. So that's what I'm saying, minus 51, and there we go. Sue got minus 40 in Antarctica, which I matched, okay, and I got the minus 51 in northern Canada. I did not find the minus 47 in Siberia. So I don't know. Does Sue win? I kind of matched the lows, I don't know. Sue, I'll be nice. I'll let you go feed the mammoths and the penguins, or do we just want to let the penguins go have some sardines? But anyway, that's it, you guys. It is, call it a tie. All right, call it a tie. A tie is always nice. Is there anything colder up here? Did anybody check? No. It's frosticles no matter what we do. It's way too cold for me and you. Anyway, that is it, you guys. Let's put this back on some lovely lava and warm back up so we can stay warm. And that is pretty good. So let's make sure we're on. Make sure we're on the lava. And where's my computer mouse? Come on, mouse. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. I hate when I lose my mouse. Hang on, it's a hamster. And let's back that up a little bit. Yeah, that's already going out of the daytime, or getting into daytime. So we'll let it end with this here, and let you guys watch the end of this while this is going. Play with the polar bears and the woolly mammoths. Yeah, and don't forget about the Arctic foxes. They're up there, and I hope you're not buffering now. That should be okay. And do you think Alaska will ever have the coldest temperatures in the world? You know, that is hard to say. Actually, Alaska could. Put it this way, I'm not thinking I want to go up there. We know Alaska is moving north. We know the North American continent is moving northward. So, somewhere along the way, but we also know it's not going straight north. It's kind of going north on a tilt to the west a little bit. So we'll see what happens. Galactic Volcano, welcome. And Digital Dreamer, what happened to the audio? It should be there. I hope you can hear me, Digital Dreamer. And there we go. And on those friendly notes, it is time for me to wrap it up. So I want to say a big thank you to our super chatters. And that, of course, was Colin. And that also was Clark Hall. Thank you guys for your super chats. And Kevin Haynes and Grandma B, both for their wonderful gifting. I appreciate that for the single membership gifts that you guys provided. That is awesome. Thank you kindly, everyone, for being here tonight. And that's Mauna Loa, but that's not Mauna Loa's audio. Oh, no, that's not Mauna Loa's audio. That's my audio. And Digital Dreamer, yes, this is the footage from 2 pineapples from this morning when they were out there. So, yeah, I see what's going on. Anyway, there you can see our wonderful friends right there. And, of course, that is 2 pineapples, Lou and Anna. And they are awesome people, and we do appreciate that. 7-3 y'all, and good night. Digital Dreamer, 7-3 to you, and good night as well. Take care of yourself. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to wrap it up. So Thank you big time to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary, 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and then perhaps even Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow. So thanks, guys. I appreciate the help with the moderating. And also a big thank you to all of you. Of course, the Lava family. And that is the biggest thing in here that really matters. So for all you good people, be kind, stay safe, take care of yourselves. And for the most part, please, please, make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in very cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, good night or good day, and oink oink.